Testing. Welcome to episode 272 of Beauty Magazine, the Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. You have a good night too there, Daniel. Get our playlist link in there. Is either one of those working? Am I signed into Streamlabs? I really hate it when they sign me out. I mean, I literally signed in like 2 days ago when they updated. Nope, I'm signed in. Maybe we're both early. I don't know. Okay, there's that. Try the other one again. There we go. Yeah, sometimes when you chime in, like, right away, Streamlabs is not quite caught up to the stream yet, and it doesn't post your stuff right away like I told it to. Anyway, in yesterday's episode, which we had, yesterday's second episode in 271, we had quite a few people join in the chat, and some were asking me about wanting to see the magazine bits, and our story features Sims 4 gameplay, and some building, and sometimes we pretend to create magazines, or at least what looks like magazines, using bits and pieces from the game, kind of like what we see on the thumbnail here. Our story is now 2 different stories of the same character. We've got our main story has always been taking place in 2008. At that time, Beatrice Ullbright's Beauty magazine is 10 years old. It was merged in 2004 with another magazine and caused all kinds of problems. And that's our main story in 2008. However, recently, within the last week or so, I started the Before Beauty story. I was going to do it in Sims 3, but it wasn't working, so I made a separate save file in Sims 4, and I've tried to retro it back to 1981, so 27 years ago for her. She just graduated high school, and it's the backstory. How did she go from some shy, slightly overweight teenager who's picked on by her mother about her weight? How'd she go from that to 17 years later starting a magazine? What got her into doing that? What happened? And we're figuring that out. So we've got 2 different stories that we're working on. But I was showing people the magazine bit yesterday and reading some of the story that we did back in the April issue, the April 2008 issue, on this site, the flipHTML site. I use this one because I'm able to just upload JPEG images that I've, taken from the game and put text on and you know, basically my amateur skills of, you know, not quite Photoshop, but, you know, playing around with images, you know, because I don't have Photoshop, but yeah, I've done what I've done and like made things look like it would for a magazine, and I wrote a little bit of some article stuff, and you know, so yeah. Anyway, while we were doing that, I also had said that I would like to make my house that I grew up in that was near 8 Mile. I live in Michigan. I grew up a block away from 8 Mile, north of it. Not in Detroit, but in the city just north of that. So I I don't have many images of that house on my computer. You know, we have, you know, the old suitcase of different photos and whatnot, and but I don't have time right now to flip through all that and try to get old photos. But what I did do is I borrowed some from a real estate page once upon a time. So keep in mind that this is what the house looked like either 3 years ago or more recently, after other people and other companies and whatnot have done things to the house. It was starting to get worn out when we moved out of there in 2009, and it's kind of gone downhill a bit, and some of this is really, you know, funky bunches looking, what they've done with the back of the house, that stuff. Anyway, so let's start with the front of the house. Okay, so we got the front of the house here. The bottom two pictures are closer to how it looked when we left. The brown part here on the awning thing, the overhang, was actually more of a beige color, similar to the side of the house. We did not have the backyard, the back of the house with this black color. That somebody recently did that. As you can see in this picture here, it had brown poles and there was brown back there, and just like the front has brown. Yeah, I lived in this house for 33 years. This house, apparently according to the real estate company, was built in 52. It was also, at some point, as I mentioned in the stream yesterday, the house was picked up and put in the backyard, and then the basement was dug. And then the house was picked back up and put on top of the basement. So yeah. That was the first basement I lived in when after, let's see, I was, how old was I? I was in my 20s that I lived down there. And we all had a turn living down there, but I went down there when we moved my grandmother into the front room here after the nursing home wasn't doing a very good job of caring for her. So we moved her in, and I was then in the basement. I'm now on my third basement. Third different house. Okay, so that's the front of the house and the back of the house. This door here goes down into the basement. This back door with the white trim. That might possibly be the original door that we had on there. It's just they've replaced the old plastic panels that they had here and on the bottom. They replaced it with this clear crap. But yeah, these poles were brown. The porch was brown. It was not painted gray. It was just concrete, or cement or whatever. The back door originally was over in this area, but after my stepdad moved in, he had it moved over here when he was redoing the cabinets and stuff. So yeah, the back door used to be in the middle of the house. I don't know where the goddamn steps went, but they were right here. The stairs were right here, just like, there were originally some steps here, that corroded over the years, so, using, wood frame and some Quikrete, my brother made these stairs. Yep. Bear with me. For one thing, we didn't have satellite TV. I remember when this house had an antenna on the roof for getting TV. Okay, now shield your eyes a little bit here because this is gonna be a little bright. But whoever redid this house inside, well, they had one goal. They're trying to sell the house and rehab it, and it's obvious because this happened. I know. Yeah, I'm looking in here. It's like, okay, I know what I'm looking at, but it makes it look like it's a lot bigger than it is, but this is not this big. So this first picture, he's standing at the front door. In reality, if you're standing at the front door, you're looking more towards. You're kind of closer to looking straight this way. You're not way over here. As you can see when you see the front door here, it's pretty much lined up with this small wall, and you're going right at the cabinet here. So, yeah, this room is not as big as especially when you consider what this picture is. It's only that wide. Now, way back in the day, before my stepdad got a hold of this house, there was a wall right here. Instead of this beam going across, there was a wall that went all the way, except for the, archway here. But he knocked down this wall here and had a half wall with cabinets on the other side and bar stools. And then the fridge was right here. And these are probably the same cabinets he put in there. They've just been painted gray. Yeah. And then they redid the whole damn floor with all this. And then you look down the hallway. We had these two closets, little closets, the linen closets. It's funny because this bottom one, here they are open. The bottom one, when we were really little, had a bunch of like shoes and stuff in there, because he would go to Kmart and other places, and he'd stock up on like clearance shoes and things like that. It's like, well, somebody will grow into them. Me being the youngest, eventually they were mine. If it wasn't hand-me-downs, it was, well, we got a pair in the thing. And the top three were, the towels and stuff. And this door on the left goes down into the basement. The first door on the right goes into the bathroom, which you see here, which was never this fancy. But everything is in the same spot, the sink, tub, shower. It didn't originally have a shower way back then. Again, that was my stepdad installing a shower by, putting the pipe in the wall and doing the thing. And then it had a sliding door. Or sliding doors. And then there's a bedroom. This is the back bedroom, which was always the kids' bedroom. It's at one point it was me alone, but not until the other two moved out, because I was the youngest. For a little while, it was mine alone while they were both living in the basement. The front room is the parents' bedroom. That was always the parents' bedroom. Except when we moved my grandmother in, she had the front, and my mom took my room back here, and I went into the basement. The garage here, originally back in the 70s and 80s, it was 2 doors on the garage. But again, my stepdad made changes so he could put his cabinet making workshop in the garage. There was big table saws and all kinds of crap in there. Oh, man. And in the late 70s, early 80s, the paint scheme for this house was white with green, kind of like this one here. A little bit darker than that, though. Maybe closer to this one. Yeah. And there was a tree here until it was cut down and left a stump for quite a while. And in the 80s, yeah, my mom had like a 1960s Buick or something. There was always, my dad was always using that to pull his big campers. Well, in order to get the stump out after we tried digging it out, they literally took the Buick over into the neighbor's yard with a chain hooked to it and was yanking on the thing and finally pulled it out. And then there was a tree right here on the front lawn. Way back when. And we had a door that was similar to that one on the back with the white. It could have the panels or whatnot. Let me see if I could find my dog's picture. No, I can't. Damn it. I had, well, anyway. So, anyway, that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to hit resume game, and I'm going to go to a lot, and I'm going to build my house. And I'm probably going to do 2 different versions so we get both paint schemes. Kind of like I did in The Sims 2. So that I placed several copies of it in The Sims 2. Because you were able to do that in The Sims 2. You weren't constrained by whether there was an available spot or not. You could just plop down a lot. So I don't know how much room I'm going to need to make this. So for the time being, I want to build on a 40-30. That's probably way more size than I need. And I could probably get away with a 30. Well, let me see how wide this is. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. No, I'm screwing that up. So that's 20. Why is that doing that? Why is it telling me that's 40? Oh, because it's... Alright. Because I'm not putting it on blank space. Alright. Okay. Alright, there we go. That's that. And then... Alright. So I could probably make this on a... I definitely want to keep the 40 because I want to put the garage in back. So 40 by 20 would probably be plenty. Oh, not even that. Just a 30-20. Yeah, I figure the driveway about 3 spaces, or however much it takes to put a gate up. And then a window that's not quite as wide, you know. It sure does look a lot bigger when you're inside, but there's a big window. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another 1 or 2 for the door. And that's half of the house. So you figure from here to this side of the door is half of the house. Yeah. Yeah. Now, you have to pretty much do this because otherwise you can't do it. I wish they would use some regular chain link fence once in a while in this damn game. And not just this big piece here. You know? Is it so terrible for them to add some regular chain link fence and gates? That's real dumb. Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. Now, I am not building, just so we're clear, I'm not building what we see in the pictures. I'm going with what I remember the old colors to be and all that. So, just so we're aware. Okay. So, as I was saying, we are not building the way it looks currently. I am going with the way I remember it being from when I grew up. So, the only reason we're looking at this, so I can remember the spacing for sure. It's like, okay, well, I'm looking at the front bedroom here. That's where that window's at. That's where that window's at. And then I remember now that when you opened up the closet in the front bedroom, you had the bit from the stairs going down to the basement, you know, blocking half of the closet. But we won't be seeing that because they're not going to let us, probably not going to let us put that closet over top of that anyway. So I'll probably have to move it over a notch or something. Or at least move the door over. Unless I use move objects on or something. Which, if I have to, I will. Yeah, this is weird looking at this with this wide open like this, because it just, at the very least, I mean, when I grew up, there was a wall here, and my stepdad took the wall down and made it into a half wall with cabinets on the kitchen side, and put these beams in here, just like 4 pieces of wood that size that were like glued together. Like a really long, I don't know what you call it, like 2 by whatever that is. And, you know, glued them all together and made a beam out of them. You know, because my stepdad was a handyman. You know. If it wasn't some sort of carpenter thing he was doing, he was trying to find some get-rich-quick thing with payphones or who knows what. And he bought a bunch of payphones to, you know, try to make money off of being a payphone service. But then he put them in stupid locations where, you know, criminals are going to be bashing into them and taking the fucking money. Oh, we were talking about the wall-mounted phone yesterday. That would have been right here on this hallway spot in between the kitchen cabinets here and the bathroom door. So it would have been right here where we had the old landline with the long phone cord. Oh man, this I don't recognize. It's like I'm like, you know, it's almost like I'm seeing a ghost because of this color. You know, I don't. It kind of reminds me of like watching Transformers the movie as a kid, and Optimus Prime goes from red and blue to this dark gray color. It's like I lived in this house, but not this house. I don't, you know, these colors are just, well, these lack of colors are just, there's no brown. There was tons of brown in this house. This linen closet door was woodish brown, wooden colored. The basement door was wooden colored. The woodwork was brown. The cabinets were brown. Now we had a back door that was white and it had a window in it. But all the windows all had brown around as frames. The door was brown. This bedroom, though, no, not this one. The bottom one. This back bedroom, the one that was my room for a while when I was 13. Once upon a time, that room was how am I going to write this? No, here, give me a. It was that color. Yep, my room was that color. That was before I was purple. I was green. And I had my Ninja Turtle posters on there from the movie, and well, I mean, I had the movie poster, and then I had Leonardo, and on this wall right here, I had the picture from WrestleMania 3 of Hogan and Andre nose to nose. I had that poster. Yep. Oh, man. Well, like I said, this picture with this wide view here, the room's not that big. As you can see, like when you look over here, this wall is not that wide, like it looks like it's over here. So, this wall is only about as wide as this door. And this door ain't that wide. It ain't no more wide than, this closet door would be. So it's like you come in this front door, you're pretty much looking straight at the kitchen. This makes it look like you walk in the door and then you'd have to like walk over here to get to the kitchen and you can't see it. No. You're staring right at it when you walk in the door. You're pretty much even with like this vent. Alright, so first things first. Let's plop down a square. Okay, that's 10. How many do we think we need? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 if we count the closet. Well, this in between this door and that window is the basement stairs, so it's at least wide enough for the basement stairs. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So about 11 wide. We can make it an even 12 just in case, because I'll probably need it. And then going backwards here. Figure 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 9. Yeah, this is at least 4 because we got to be able to put a full couch here. We've got to be able to put at least a 3 wide couch with a table over here. So 4, 5 with the window, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'll go at least 10. Now, the question is, can I put windows on that? No, it won't let me put, so I can't put basement windows. Unless... Well, that sucks. Well, how else am I gonna get a damn basement? I mean, unless I just build a wall down, a room down here. Not gonna let you do this anyway. I really hate that we can't put the frickin' gate right up against the building, you know? So stupid. It's not exact, but it's close to what we had. I mean, y'all can see that, right? You know, that's what color it was. Different versions over the years. It might have been a little more pink toned at some times than others, and I mean, there's always some sort of quote beige color, except before that, when in the late 70s, it was white with dark green that somebody else had done. You know, it wasn't until more recently when we did that second, when my brother made the stairs out of Quikrete, we didn't have a railing at all. It was just like 2 steps and you're up, and there wasn't no rail. And if anything, you grabbed the post that was here. I think I need some music. You think? Yeah. Well, I am officially on vacation right now, so my stream schedule this week this tomorrow and the rest of next week will depend on whether or not I have a reason to leave the house or not. At some point, I would like to go and get a second laptop so I could stop faffing around with this old phone once and for all and stop doing everything on the other phone too, because it's getting to the point where I'm almost not able to charge it anymore because the little pin inside there is not really getting grabbed well by my charging cords. Speaking of which, let me look at that real quick. There's such a... Yeah, well, something like this, where it stands up. No, not that. This thing. Yeah, that's what I really need. Because I keep the thing from falling out. Yeah, so I need to get something like this. Because I don't have that right now, and my phone doesn't get charged well anymore. And it's the phone I need to use for work, so, I've got reasons there. Maybe that one. Okay, they don't have one that goes the other way with it. Yeah. We had it white, but we had the brown trim around it. But they don't want to give me that. Oh well. And then we need a big front door, right? Well, we need the proper size. That's the size we need. Oh, I'm sorry if anybody's bored by what I'm doing. Um, Now, one thing about this house is it did not have a second floor. It had a first floor and an attic area, but I was never up in it, so it was more like a just a crawling attic. Off your feet. I know exactly Milky Way. Tell me, you can cross the sun. Milky Way, see that's how dream. And heaven is overrated. Tell me, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. You see how you're looking for yourself. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. When the night has come, the land is dark. The moon is the only light we'll see. I won't be afraid. I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. In the sky, maybe with a palm. Should tumble and fall. For the mountain should crumble to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. Darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. In trouble when you stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. I don't remember this being this far over from the wall. But oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, yeah, it's so it's slightly over from the wall here. So yeah, it's either like that or we'll put it here. It's a hunger. At the time, release me. Up the city streets alone. Engine on. I can hear your heartbeat faster. Take me home tonight. I don't wanna let you go. Take me home tonight. Listen, honey, just like Ronnie sang. Be my little baby. Oh. An angel. Take me home tonight. I don't wanna let you go to the night. Take me home tonight. Listen, honey, just like Ronnie sang. Be my little baby. Be my little baby. Oh, oh. Like Ronnie sang. Just like Ronnie sang. Be my little baby. You be my darling. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, girl. Me home tonight. I don't wanna let you go. Please see the me home tonight. Listen, honey, just like Ron sang. Baby. Yeah, so when I was really little, the door was like here. My stepdad moved it over here. The kitchen door, the back door. Yes. have not. Nope, I'm a piece of crap that nobody ever wanted. That might be too wide. Yeah, it's too wide. Because we got 1, 2, 3 pretty much with that, so and a little space here. So this has to be 3, and that's got to be 2. Now that's got 3 there, so or don't tell me. I don't need to know that. Somebody, oh, it's gonna last. Oh no, there goes the audience. Like I told you, only the lonely can stay. No, it's not. Okay, we need cinder block. That's what we need. It needs to just be cinder block. Or, you know, just they're blocks. They're foundation blocks. Why can't you give me that damn thing? But you won't let me change the color of them. So... Listen, baby. Well, it's not the right color, but it's closer. I don't know if I want that or not, but I need this brick and I need that color. And it won't let me have it. It's pissing me off. I don't know all the words, but I'll try it anyway. Eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant. Nothing use. There's nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. There's nothing. Guess what it told me? Guess what it told me? Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. There's the ugly ass basement. Oh man. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Okay, it wasn't really like that. You had like a piece of paneling as the wall on this side, and it only went up as high as the stairs, so you saw the railing coming down, and then there was a pole here. So I guess what you're saying is you should put the other kind of stairs, right? I guess. Yeah, I suppose it was kind of like this. Now this here was actually a sliding door that slid into the wall. I don't think we have one of those, but if we do, it was really fun when it would come off the damn track. Yeah, whatever. We're just going to put a door. Same over here, because there was a door back here. Now, that's the problem right there, is you could get underneath the stairs here. But I'm not going to worry about that, because and there was actually like a cutout here with a shelf here that we had a TV set there, set on the shelf there. You know, if anybody's even watching. I'm having me tea time. Everybody thinks something. Now, it looks like they might have tried doing something to here. I don't remember that staying there, but at one point, when my stepdad first moved into the house, he had put up a fake wall type thing with a door going this way over there so my oldest brother could have a room in there. And then the middle brother was in this room. But then after a few years, it was decided, hey, we want a pool table down here. So they tore down his room, and he ended up back up in my room with the bunk beds put back together. And then the stupid, because there's a drain down here, we could never get the pool table to be level. And then there's no room to use your damn cue stick because you're bumping into the fracking wall all the time. So it's like, yeah, way to go. So instead of that, it became my when you had a piece of paneling sitting on top of it to cover it up. Yeah, that became my aircraft carrier. Hi, I'm a problem, it's me. Time, everybody agrees. It's me. It's a hero. Oh yeah, that was a real good, that's a real good love song there. Um, Actually, no, I think we had like one hanging here, maybe, or no, we had, there was one on the wall. It was just a regular light bulb, but of course you won't let me have it. Piece of crap. What happened to just a regular fracking light bulb, you know? Don't we have that? And then we had one of these. And then we had this was the only, in this house there was a drop ceiling with the ceiling tile or whatever you call it. And it had a fluorescent light in the ceiling. So I'll just put one of these in here. And then we had another one of these back by the laundry. Now we never ever had we never had this fancy of laundry machine. We had the old school type. Come to think of it, I'm pretty well. No, we had a dryer with the square door opening, but we always had the top load washing machine with the spinning, the whatever you call it, the spinning agitator, not the tumble. Trying to think. Okay, all right. We had. That's what's throwing me off here. This is showing a tub like this, and maybe we had that later in the years, but for a long time there was like a cast iron tub or something like here. Or maybe we had both. Maybe we had the tub and then had this after that. I don't know. Anyway, this black thing here, this pole, is a pipe which goes to the upstairs toilet. And then that's the tub draining into that. Okay, we got the one light bulb hanging down here, back here. So this might be over. I think this was over here, unless I'm thinking of the other house. Anyway, let's grab the sink first. You know, one way or another, we had a sink here. They were not right next to each other. There was some space between them, if not more. And the window was here, but we can't put a window because it won't let us. Assholes won't let us put a basement window. I mean, I could if I surrounded this with, if I did like Tiffany's house. I might just go ahead and do that. Shit. So, for anybody does not know what we're doing right now, I am building the house I grew up in. Or at least the one I lived in for 33 years. I don't know if I grew up or not. You know, I mean, I'm a Toys R Us kid, so. You know. From bikes to trains to video games, it's the biggest toy store there is. I don't want to grow up, because if I did, I wouldn't be a Toys R Us kid. Okay, yeah, there was, the door was over here because there was a little bit of room for a closet inside that room. So, yeah. I remember because my brother had his ferret cage inside here. When he had the room. Now, a lot of this, like, I'm using pictures that are recently posted, you know, like real estate pictures, but the house didn't look like that inside. The basement is almost untouched from when it was left, you know, pretty shitty when we left in a hurry. But that upstairs, that's new. That's somebody flipped the house and tried to sell it. So, yeah. Well, not so much they tried, but they did. Somebody's trying to rent it out, apparently. Okay, this room had paneling. Something like this, but not quite. Not quite that light. Oh, hey, I was on that page yesterday when I showed, now there's the door. And you can just barely see the wood, big thick wood paneling there. Yep. Do we have any really thick wood paneling that we can, That's too thick. I need it to be half as thick as that. You know, like, split it in half. Yeah, kind of like this one. Oh, Steam says that Fast Food Simulator and one other item from your wish list is now on sale. Yeah, well, screw you. I'll request all I want to request. I request that you show me my shit. Well, that's not bad. I mean, it's the old version, but not quite as old as was it Transport Tycoon? The old school game. What the hell? Can't turn. Yeah. There's nothing fancy about that wall. I mean, I might even be making this too big, but whatever. There was a toilet in there. Actually, we gotta kind of do this because there was a phone on this wall. Not always, but when we were before I was 10 years old, there was a phone on this wall. At one point, I think it was a rotary dial phone. So anyway. Hell, I could just as easily leave it as the plain, nothing on it wall. What did I choose? You chose the 30 by 20. Oh, joy. Yeah. So you need the 40 after all? Well, if I'm going to have the front lawn, I need to have the 40. Because we can't put the garage back here right now. Alright. Alright, so we need a 40 by 20 or 40 by 30, one of the two. That's already got something on it. Oh. What do you know? I really like the fact that I can save copies of things. It really makes things a lot easier. Oh no, I really regret replacing Sandy Run. I had so much fond memories of Sandy Run in its present condition. It's a few minutes ago present condition. Okay, so that should be enough room to get the garage back here now. The garage. The garage. It's not a garage, it's a garage. Oh, shut up. I'm not from there. No, it's only about 2 spaces wide. Yeah, you don't want to make those wider. I mean, the porch might be 3 wide, but let's not chance it. I mean, it's only barely wider than that window. Bastards. Freaking did that to the back of the house. Yeah. Someone got too much time on their hands when they do that with a freaking can of black paint. Yeah. It's like, what the hell possesses you? Ah. I guess I better, if I'm concerned about it, I better put a staircase there. I mean, yeah, seriously, it's like, okay, well, don't come out that door. Yeah, that's pretty much the problem. We can't, I don't think we can split level this. I don't know, can you? Yeah, you can. Might not butt up against there, though. Let's, yeah, see, that's the problem right there. You can't do it without the foundation. And it only goes up about halfway, and it also is lower. But I can't do that for real. That's how it originally was. We didn't have, it wasn't two-toned. Hey, what do you know? Yeah, I know. Really? Well, what do you frickin' call that? It's on the frickin' floor. You're just not gonna let me have my chimney, are you? No. No, they're gonna screw you over. I mean, why would they let me have something? They're not going to. That's what I mean. But why would they? They're not going to. Oh, that's totally stupid looking. Yeah, I gotta get it down there instead. This just ain't gonna work unless I use move objects on. It's just gonna stay ugly. Okay, I gotta get my coffee warmed up. I'll be right back. You would? Yeah, you're darn right I would. While I'm at it, I'm probably gonna get me some cheese or something to dip my crackers in. Okay, well, if I'm gonna eat my crackers, I ain't gonna be eating the cheese tonight. It's already kind of late. I don't know how much later I'm gonna go, because I am on vacation now, but I'm kind of itching to go get that other laptop today. My biggest problem right now is that all I need is just any old laptop just so I can have the chat and the music and stuff on it. But I'm being stupid or whatever and trying to copy the laptop I've got just in case I might need it. It needs to be as good. Well, they don't sell the one I've got that I bought last year anymore. I wish I could just get this one, because I have had absolutely no problems with it, and it's got, the big specs I wanted for a low price. But nope, they don't have the Asus Tough 17-inch whatever with all the Ryzen 9 and all. It's like they don't have that now, so I'm screwed. Because now I gotta, once again, I gotta look through all the crap and try to figure out what the hell they're selling, and it's like, I'm not computer savvy, so, the best I could do was look up any games that were coming out or presently available at the time and see what the specs were for those upcoming games and try to get something that had at least that one, and not just the minimum, but like the recommended specs, because I didn't want to take any chances. That doesn't hang over very much. No, it's just got the, yeah. You know what you could do? What? Find one. Yeah. It'll go in there. Yeah. Yeah. See if it'll poke out the top. It's just not gonna do it, is it? No. No, it just hates me. Okay. If only I could get it to be a little bit taller. Yeah, I know, but hey. I know. I know. It's good enough. It's not as ugly as the other one would have been. It's not as ugly as making this black back here. Yeah, tell me about it. Better yet, don't tell me about it. What? Yeah, well, I don't give a shit. Oh, that's the sneak out window. Okay. Can I have one that's just a little bit smaller? Probably not. Oh, stupid. Okay. Garage door. Garage door. No, it doesn't. But I really don't give a shit. I hope you know. Oh, that's not the right word. Bullshit. Bullshit. They do too cry. Just ask Frankie. Frankie tell you all about it. You know? The hell, watch some Dirty Dancing once in a while. You know, just the first part of Dirty Dancing, you can learn all about it. Them big girls do cry. What? Yeah. I don't know. Do they? Do them fairy tales have a happy ending? No. See, that ain't no. You're saying the wrong stuff. That ain't how it goes. Come, what? It was here. What? You mugger! It goes here. Assholes! It don't go down here. It was up here on that part. Running just as fast as you can. Holding another hand. Trying to get away into the night. And put your arms around me and tell me to the ground and then you say, think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Think we're alone now. Beating on our hearts is the only sound. We gotta hide what we're doing. We never knew, so we're running just as fast as we can. Coming on to one another's hand. Get away. Yep. Alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Think we're alone now. Beating our hearts is the only sound. We're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. Mm-hmm. Just as fast as we can, holding on to one another's hand, trying to get away into the night. Then you put your arms around me, we tumble to the ground, and then we say, you say. They play. I don't think it's her. I think it's some newer person that kind of sounds like her that did this song. But they play it at work, and it's like, don't ever think that you're alone at that store, because there's always somebody in that store, with the exception of maybe Christmas, because it's the only day we're closed. You know, don't ever think that you're alone in that store. Think we're alone. But it needs a little time away. I heard you say from each other. Even lovers need a holiday. Far away from each other. Hold me now. It's up for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to stay. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. And after all that's been said and done, you're just a part of me I can't let go. It's time to be kept away for the day. Wouldn't want me swept away. Far away from the one that I love. Hold me now. It's hard for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to know. Hold me now. I really want to tell you I'm sorry. I could never let you go. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. And after all that's been said and done, you're just a part of me I can't let go. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. You're only the lucky one. Well, you think it's easy for me to say I'm sorry? Asshole. Take that, Peter. I think he petered out. Damn right he did. Okay, well. See, the way this works is the neighbor's fence was also... We shared the fence, and then their gate, that went up here and then over this way. On our street, this was the only set of houses where our driveways touched. Every other house had their own driveway with the, neighbor's grass next to the driveway. Why can't they just give us regular chain link fence? This is not, give me this, but smaller. But without the barbed wire. Is it so terrible for them to give us regular things? Gotta give all these fancy ones, but you can't just give us the simplest shit. It's annoying. Like, oh, wow, look. You give us all that fancy crap, but you can't give us just simple chain link neighborhood fence. It's not right. It's just not right. Come to your land. There's no turning back. Everybody wants to rule the world. Now, we didn't have fancy glass. We just had a hoop and, wooden, the square with the half circle on top. I think it was made. It wasn't even, bought. But we just had a hoop attached to it. And I doubt it was, regulation height or anything. It's just what we could fit, wherever we could fit it on the damn thing. But there were many nights back in late 80s, early 90s when I was back here and, well, some nights the Pistons were beating the Lakers and sometimes they weren't. I was pretty good at doing the skyhook. Even though I was, not on the Lakers. The hell's he talking about? Oh, there was this guy named Kareem who had a skyhook. I'm sure you could find it on YouTube or some crap. I tried searching for Kareem, and all I get is Airplane. Yeah, he was in that movie, too. We had something like this, but it was wider. But it basically was sitting where what was left of the tree used to be. It was just barely a stump left. Dun, 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 dun. To walk away, to leave without a trace. You're the only one who knew me at all. Nothing can take away from me. All I can do is watch you leave. You're the only one who knew me at all. Take a look at me now. There's just an empty space. Nothing left you to remind me. Just a memory out of place. Oh, rub your face, or whatever the hell he says. Nothing empty space. Yeah. Come back to me is against the odds. That's what I gotta face. Turn around and see me cry. I need to say to you the reasons why you're the only one who knew me at all. Look at me now. There's just an empty space. There's nothing left here to remind me. Take a look at me now. An empty space. Is all I can do. It's what I've gotta face. Take a good look at me now. I'll still be standing here. And coming back to me is against all odds. And which I've gotta take. Look at me now. Oh yeah. Yep, definitely. This is what I'm looking for. And then we need a snowball bush. You got any snowball bushes? Yeah, there we go. Snowball bush. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. It was. Yeah, I know. No. Oh well. I forget what we had here, but there was a big bush here. Did they rip them out? Yeah, they're all ripped out. Yeah, they definitely ripped it all out. Yeah, close enough. It's amazing how things can go downhill so quickly. Turn turn a house into a piece of trash. I mean, technically it's still the... I didn't know I had that, but... I mean, it was just in the wall with these shelves and these doors, but I can't get them doors. I mean, I suppose I could put shelves without the doors, but well, let's try that. It's the vampire song. Turn around. Total eclipse. Eclipse of the heart. Turn around, bright eyes, beautiful part. Don't know what to do. Always in the dark. Giving off sparks. I need you tonight. Wherever's gonna start tonight. Wherever's gonna start. Once upon a time. Now I'm only falling apart. Nothing I can say. Total eclipse of the heart. Total eclipse of the heart. And this one's not touching anything, so it's not going to matter. I was hoping for brown. Well, orange will have to do. I don't remember exactly what we had when we were really little. Before my stepdad changed the cabinets. And I swear that the ones in this picture, they're probably the ones he hung. I think they just changed the countertop. I could be wrong, but at the very least, the top ones are probably the same ones. I think they just painted them. Since all they were doing was painting everything. God damn it. Yep, just paint everything and put the wood down and the fake wood down and call it a day. I remember when I was a kid, we had something like this on the end of this, and it went all the way over, and it was like the bookshelf. And for a little while, I had my turtle bowl on there. Until Fred didn't make it. His hand. This time we rest. Take these broken wings and let it fly again when the lips are free. You hear voices say, looking at me open up, listen. Take these broken wings. The true half of the flesh, and blood makes me whole. Need you so. I'll take these broken wings, let it fly again, then you say free. You say, you never open up, little sing. Trying to think. I think, yeah, it was over here. I remember early on, the stove was over here. And I don't remember for sure. Maybe the fridge was over here, but the kitchen table was here. I know because I've got pictures of my birthday parties and all that when the grandparents came over. Because that was my birthday parties. I didn't have friends to come over. You know, Grandma and Grandpa came over. Okay, let's have cake. Alright. Yay, I'm older. Oh, looks like everybody had to go to bed. Yep. Yep, that's what it looks like. I don't know if we had that many chairs. The kind we had the splitting it and you could put the leaf in it. So make an oval table out of it. All right, now. Exactly, right there. That kind of crap. We had something like this. Um, you mean the furniture that looked like pizza? Yeah, the furniture looked like freaking pizza. Why you look so sad? 'Cause in your eyes, wanna talk to me now? Don't you think you can? Baby, some hearts are too. When it falls on me, don't know what to do. If you confess, make me love you less. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Will nobody hurt you? I'll stand by you. So, if you're mad, get mad. Don't hold it all inside. Don't talk to me. Hey, you got to ride. I get angry too. 'Cause I'm a lot like you. You're standing at the crossroads. Don't know which path to choose. If you're wrong, even if you're wrong, I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. I wonder if the Incredible Hulk likes this song. It falls on you, baby. Stand by you. I'll stand by you when nobody hurts you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you when nobody hurts you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Stand by you. Nobody hurts you. I'll stand by you. Into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. Oh, changing, try to please me. When I'm down before. Imagine. We never could have come this far. The bad times. The bad times. With you just the way you are. You will always be same old someone that I love. Me. Okay. Take the believe in me. Way that I believe in you. That I love you. That's forever. Nothing promise from the heart. I love you. Any better? Love you just the way you Well, it's not what I'm looking for, but I'm just going to place these furnitures because at least it's a matching set. Conversation. From someone that I can talk to. Want you just the way you are. Oh, thank you, Granger. Thank you, Granger. I love when we do that. I don't remember exactly what color the room was, but we're just gonna go with that. And there was a time when this room was brighter orange than this. I don't know what the hell. It just thought that. You. I don't remember what we had. We never had tile. I'm thankful we never had the actual tile, because damn, when we lived at my stepdad's house for a while before my mom ended up getting the house, and then we all were living back in here. He had tile at his place, and scrubbing that damn freaking grout crap. I hated that shit. And he was an asshole where he'd do the white glove treatment. He'd go in there like, okay, you told me you finished it, right? You did the whole room? And, if he had a speck of shit on his, his glove, okay, well, you gotta clean the whole room again. Not just where he found dirt. And that fucking Ajax and crap, that cleanser. I hated that shit getting on my hands. Why are you doing this? Because I'm doing it. You're reliving memories you don't want to relive. It wasn't... Look, it sucked. I wasn't, abused. There's a lot of people who've had it worse than my torment. I don't remember what it was, so... I don't remember it being bright yellow, but hey, let's put some bright yellow in there. Or something. We're going to just do that. Because originally we only had the bathtub. We didn't have a shower until, the mid-'80s when he moved in. There goes the fucking window. Yeah, whatever. There's something going on. There's something to it I can't explain. Because when I feel nothing, you don't know how something going on. 10 years of his grind, it requires a dedication. Conversation. If you learn to pray, islands in the street, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. One to another. Without you, it was gone. No one is walking now. Someone is inside of the real thing. What will happen to us when we die now? So you can know the way out, and the message is clear. This could be the year for the real thing. No more will you cry, Baby, I will hurt you never. We can ride it together. We can love with each other. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world. And we rely on each other. No one ever do another. Come sail away with me. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world. And we rely on each other. And we'll never do another. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world. And we rely on each other. And we'll never do another. Alright, well, I think I've had just about enough for tonight, but for the most part, this is what it was. I mean, I got a little mishmash of all different of my ages here. I mean, this green wasn't here until I was 13, and that was like 1989. So, but that's when the room was my own, and for a little while anyway. So, yeah. I mean, it's really a shame that this house, with all this, upkeep, turned into this shitty nightmare. And then the neighborhood went down too, because of, the wrong people moving into the neighborhood. And, budget cuts on police and this and that. It adds up. And the real problem is, if you live somewhere where they're closing schools, that's a problem. Because when they start closing schools, it means there's no more investment for the future. Without schools, there's no reason for anybody who's young, starting a family, to move into your area. Your neighborhood's going to die. You have to have schools. Anyway, that's going to do it for tonight. I'm going to see about get to bed, and maybe I'll go get my computer while the football games are going or something. I don't know. But yeah, so that's gonna do it for now. But as I mentioned several times, I am now on vacation. I don't work again until next Sunday, the 12th. Yeah, I don't work again until the 12th. So there's going to be a lot of streaming this week. So might be some days where I'm doing short episodes, but doing more than one of them in a single day. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I just hope I get something accomplished. You know, with all the different things that I'm trying to do. Because well, that's the goal anyway. Keep telling the story. Okay, and that will be tomorrow's episode, or later today's episode, whenever I get around to it. I'm hoping I don't skip any streams today, but we got 2 football games and then a Tiger playoff game. So we'll see what happens. I mean, worst case scenario, it's like, you know, I might be like starting a stream at like 10 o'clock at night. Just because I didn't get one started earlier in the day. But, whatever. There's going to be some streaming this week. Or at least I'm planning on it. You know, I don't want to say there's definitely going to be, and then, you know, some stupid shit like power outages or whatever happen, and, well, there goes that plan, you know? But, anyway. Thank you to those who joined in and watched as I was building the house that I grew up in. That is a block and a half away from 8 Mile Road in Michigan. Hope everybody has a good night and a good day. And, hopefully I'll see y'all in the next one you're able to make it to. Until then, bye-bye for now.